And from Olympia Lanes in Hammond, Indiana,
1 minute, 1 minute.
this is the PBA50 South Shore Open. Good morning, everybody. I'm Phil Bryla, with me, Jenna Darashevsky. Jenna, thanks for joining us in the booth today. Oh, hold on a second. We got a little bit of a microphone issue for you here. We got a big microphone issue. Hold on. Let's try this. Nope. Oh, sorry, Jenna. Apparently, technical issues are going to keep you off air for our first open here. We're going to switch headsets for you. We'll talk a little bit more in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the players are ready to begin the PBA50 South Shore Open here at Olympia Lanes. Let's give them a nice send-off to start them up. Guys, good luck and high scores. All right, if you are a spectator in the building, please stay on the carpet and let the bowlers have their bowlers area to themselves. Thank you.
All right, let's give this another shot, Jenna. Are you here? We are here, but for some reason I'm having a bad issue with a microphone port here, so let's try this. Try again. Wow. Okay, we're going to fix these technical issues. We're going to let you get underway with bowling here on lanes 9 and 10. There'll be 5 in a pair this week, so we got plenty of time to talk as we move along.
Start drinking. Shots.
All right, are we here?
Are we here?
We are here. How about that?
All right.
All right, we'll get another look at Jenna tomorrow on camera, but right now let's just have a quick seat and talk about what these bowlers are bowling on here this week with the lane pattern,
Yeah, the pattern is going to be a 39-foot, 22 milliliter. It is the Don Carter PBA pattern. Based on some of the shots we saw at practice yesterday, the score should be pretty high this week, higher than they were in Minnesota for sure. Yeah,
it's going to be interesting as the day goes on, though, because there's only about 22 milliliters in the pattern. It's an 8-game block, 5 bowlers on the pair, so I would think that we're not going to see a lot of surface for these guys on their bowling equipment today to kind of maintain the integrity of the pattern as it goes along.
Not at all, no, especially with 5 on a pair and a shorter pattern.
Well, good we got our audio issues fixed early in the morning.
Yeah, they didn't expect that one.
So 5 on a pair, something they don't see very often on the PBA50 Tour, and with a little extra time between shots, you see it'll turn a little social this morning. Guys catching up with the guys on the pairs next to them and such. Many players just bowl these Midwest regional events, or Midwest PBA50 events. One of those guys, because he's so busy, and he's a guy we're familiar with being from Wisconsin, is Jeff Rickles, stepping up here on lanes 9 and 10. Jeff, a USBC Hall of Famer, along with the Wisconsin State Bowling Hall of Famer. And a lot of people read that 11th Frame blog he runs in what little spare time he has, and I believe that's a solid head pin for Jeff.
Solid enough. Gets you on the body language the minute he let it go.
Does it? If we stand in the booth and hold one finger up, does that count like the 5 pin? I think I'm standing. I'm doing this. I don't know if Jeff will catch me from the booth, but I think that's only fair. He's going right for the tape right away. So we know that fit on that bowling ball must not have been real well. I know. That's why I have one finger. As Jeff runs over, yells over. That's one thing about Jeff. He knows he's out here. He bowls as many regional events as he can nowadays. Back to being a PBA member. Went away for a couple of years to bowl with his USBC tournament team. And, hey, PBA is glad to have him back. No doubt about it. It's one guy that is always, whether a member or not, has always done what he can to promote the PBA at the regional and national levels. Come on, Jeff. My arm's getting tired. I know it's 5 on a pair here, but I'm not passing up a free cocktail if I can get it. Oh, he's all over that spare. Oh. Give him the round of applause to start. Taking a peek over on 11 and 12. We have Snell, Tapp, Brocious, and Campbell. Campbell, great showing last week in Monticello, Minnesota at the River City Extreme Open. Third place finish for Campbell against that murderer's row of players he would have faced if he would have won all the way through the championship match. So on 15 and 16, we've got ourselves Paul Fleming, Rick Thomas, Tommy Martin, Greg Thomas, and Terry Metzner. So make sure you have your Thomases correct on that pair. You always want to make sure you have your correct Thomas. You can definitely tell the difference in the form between Rick and Greg, no doubt about that. Here's PBA Tour champion Charlie Tapp. With the open frame. Oh, always like to see me some Tom Carter early in the morning. Tom, of course, our great color analyst for the stepladder finals. We'll have here on Thursday. Of course, this is a week of the Matrix of Fairness. It's back in action. So just a single round of qualifying for these players since they're 5 on a pair, both today and tomorrow. Then the Matrix of Fairness arrives on Thursday. Cashier's round, match play round 1, match play round 2, and then our stepladder finals to decide our champion here in Hammond. Defending champion of this event, Eugene McCune. Now, when he won last year, was not a PBA member, so he had let his membership card lapse. He was busy with working full-time and running a pro shop in the area full-time. Oh, we've got a run of perfection going here. 17 and 18, Dean Billings making the early run. As he's trying to chase down the 300 game to kick off this South Shore Open. Make it front seven for Billings as we were away. And taking a look at this pattern, obviously not moving much here in game one, but Jenna, there's an 8-game qualifying block today, 5 on a pair, and this 39-foot pattern, we know they're going to be moving left in the front part of the lane. Do you think that can be conducive to taking this already somewhat high-scoring pace we're seeing on a lot of the pairs in front of us up even higher?
Oh yeah, I definitely think so. Just with how the pattern looks like it's built and how it looks like it's going to play based on the sheet. I think it'll just get higher as the day goes on.
And one thing I'm noticing as well is it's not polish on the bowling balls, but it's definitely there's nobody throwing 500 grit out there.
Yeah, no, there's a lack of any surface really, any like really serious surface. So I think the pattern will hold pretty consistent then that way too. That way they don't chew up the lanes and they're dealing with it about like game 6.
Yeah, there's not a lot of the Go Bowling PBA Tour type rev rates out here. Sure, you get a Steve Hoskins or Namletta Monticelli or even John Burkett or guys like we saw with James Campbell last week with a little bit on the higher rev rates to wheel it. But there definitely will be some chewing of this pattern as the day goes on. We'll stick here with Billings here in the flow zone as he's on the front 7. I remember the name Dean Billings one of the first time I went to the Peterson Classic in Chicago. I know he's a former winner of that event. Never an easy event to take down the title for.
Yeah, that's one I've heard of constantly in the last like 4 years, but I've never done it yet. So it's a great sentence.
And Billings, he's had a 300 and 800 series on the national stage at the 2013 USBC Open Championships. And he's looking to get a 300 under his belt here in game 1 of the PBA50 South Shore Open, presented by Ebonite. Billings yet to shoot a 300 in his PBA career. So a little extra pressure for Billings as well. It's always neat when you get that 300 ring the first time if you're just a league bowler, that type of thing, but to know you bowled it on a PBA Tour condition and get that nice ring from the PBA.
Yeah, that's the dream. I've been next to plenty of girls in college bowling who have shot 300s on college patterns, There's nothing like watching it because you know exactly how hard everyone's working on these tougher conditions.
So once again, 8-game qualifying blocks, all bowlers in the event on this single squad per day. Couple of late drops from the event. If you had either Don Breeden or Jay Hess on your trifecta sheet this week, your ticket no longer valid as either of those players late withdrawals from the field here in Hammond. And of course, long-time history of Olympia Lanes hosting PBA Tour and PBA50 Tour events. This is my 5th year here, first year here for you, Jenna, and it's definitely got the feel of an old school center, but the crowds here definitely not old school as they start to file in early on this qualifying day.
It gets to a point where you look at enough ceilings and stuff in bowling alleys and kind of how they're built that they all kind of feel like tournament centers almost as soon as you go through college. So one of the first things I thought when I walked in was, I feel like I've bowled here before, but I know I haven't been here.
Well, this is the host bowling center for the Calumet College of St. Joseph.
Yeah, I did see that banner on the wall.
And of course, we know they've been highly competitive for many years. Mike Kubacki, head coach of that program. I've known Mike for quite a few years as well. You get to, well, not quite sleep in. I'm sure there's not a lot of sleep involved while you're waiting to bowl. But you get 2 rounds of byes, and you don't have to be here until 3:15 on Thursday afternoon. Great cover there by Smith on the 3-4, 6-7, 10. Taking a look around other lanes near the flow zone booth. Gary Schluter, nice start. Schluter still looking for a possible 279, getting in his 8th frame after first frame open. Don Blatcher looking for a game in the 260s down on lanes 3 and 4. Lenny Boris Jr., who always bowls well in the center. Lenny had a nice run going, had a chance for a game in the 250s, but went high in the 9th frame. He's going to be looking at a game in the 230s with a full punch. PBA50 South Shore Open presented by Ebonite. Game 1 of qualifying, single squad qualifying at this event for the PBA50 this week. And we have Dean Billings getting ready to step up here in the 10th frame on the front 9 strikes. Billings looking for his first career PBA50 300 game. He does have a regional title to his credit. Back in 2014, won an event in the Central region in Niles, Ohio. And there is strike number 10 this game for Billings as the applause comes around. The fans start to gather behind lanes 17, 18 here at Olympia Lanes in Hammond, Indiana. Long time PBA hosts for both the PBA Tour and the PBA50 Tour. Billings, this is his first national stop on the PBA50 Tour. In several years. Last PBA50 event he bowled 5 years ago in the same center. And Billings finished 45th that year. Bowling on this Don Carter pattern, and you see it right there. Tentative, ball went high. And the 3-pin the result, but a great first game for Billings, and we'll get all the players' first games total up, put in numerical order, and we'll bring you the top 10 players and their standings. When Game 2 rolls around the corner here, PBA50 South Shore Open, presented by Ebonite from Olympia Lanes in Hammond, Indiana.
could not strike him. Could not strike him off the end.
Here we are in game 2. Gary Ray, Lenny Borsch Jr., John Marsala, Mark Lineberry, Galen Keys, your fivesome. As we're awaiting those game 1 scores here at the PBA50 South Shore Open, presented by Ammonite. Marsala, nice save last week going into the last couple games of qualifying. He was going backwards as he said about his bowling, and I'll paraphrase and substitute proper words for family broadcast. Couldn't hit myself in the groin with a large piece of lumber right now. But turned it around through the last 7 for a 220 game in game 7, through another 220 game in game 8, and made his way into match play last week in Monticello. And that's the problem sometimes when the entry angles start getting a little steep on light hits. We saw a bunch of them last week in Monticello, and even with just the 39-foot pattern here, bowlers using more of the outside portion of the lane for their break points. Ball loses a little too much energy on a pocket hit, and you get the pocket 710, as Borsch did there, to put a roadblock in your scorecard. Here's PBA Hall of Famer Brian Goebel's pair. Goebel bowling with our reigning Dick Weber Sportsmanship Award winner, Christopher Keene. Larry Helton from nearby Bolingbrook, Illinois, and Carl West round out this foursome. Most pairs have 5 on them. A few pairs like this only have 4. Jenna, you ever win a sportsmanship award in your bowling competition?
Multiple, actually. Yeah. I bowled in the Wisconsin Conference, so it was basically all the UW schools, all the little schools in Wisconsin, some Illinois. We added North Dakota randomly. But 2 years in a row, I won the sportsmanship awards through that, and then I also won the first ever sportsmanship award given out at club championships my senior year of college bowling, and that came with a free pair of shoes.
There you go. Chris Keene didn't get bowling shoes with his award. He did get a very nice trophy, however, that he's very proud of, and he's a 2-time award winner of that Dick Weber Sportsmanship Award. No, the players really take a lot of pride in that because that's a player vote out here on the PBA50 Tour for who receives that award. And it's always, as you know, good to be recognized by your peers for how you perform, not just with the bowling ball on the lanes, but with your life in general. It's a reflection of what you are as a person to get that sportsmanship award.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think in most cases it's probably a player vote. I know for sure the couple I won, it was player votes, and which the club championship one was the surprising one, because we had a couple of teams in our conference that were there with us, and I overheard them being like, "Yeah, we're gonna vote for you for it." I was like, "Oh, okay," and then it was like bumping into other teams, and it was like, "What was your name? I'm just gonna fill out this thing for you quick," and it was just like wow, that's the energy I like to carry on the lanes, and I don't know how to take this. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, it's never been I'm not a bad sportsman person when I'm on the lanes or anything like that. I like to have a little more fun than I probably should on occasion, but
oh, that's me. That is definitely me.
I've never gotten the sportsmanship award for it. But Chris Keene, you see him out here helping players and giving advice, and generally, you hate to say just all around nice guy. You hate to use that cliche, but the cliche fits. You got to use it for Mr. Keene here, and not a bad bowler for Chris Keene as well. Many years out here on the PBA50 Tour. Now he's a PBA60 member, and I know he's looking forward to our last couple events coming up on this season with the PBA60 Jack's 60 Classic in memory of Mel Wolfe and the Dick Weber Championship in Fort Wayne coming up at the end of this PBA50 season next month. A 60 eligible for the extra 8 spots, players in the field. Over half this field to the plus after one game, as 52 of our 91 players making it to a 200 game or better of the opening game, where last week we maybe saw a third of the field have that happen. Borsch currently in a tie for 10th with Bobler and Jr. as Borsch finished his game with 235. Borsch with the 9-pin that's preventing a double from appearing on the scoreboard. His dad, known as the man who changed the face of the sport back in the 70s with the soaker, Don McCune, PBA Hall of Famer. Just saw that split conversion on lane 19. We are seeing the pins bounce out of the pit here on occasion at Olympia Lanes. Didn't see much of that last week in Monticello with those Brunswick GSX pin setters. But these old school A2s, you can get some pins making a bit of an appearance out of the pit after they're initially hit by the bowling ball. Yeah, just 2 events last year for McCune. One here at the PBA50 South Shore Open, and then again as a non-member at the PBA50 Cup in Wyoming, Michigan to wrap up the season. McCune finished 3rd, and by cashing in those 2 events as a non-member, McCune was done for the year. He said, enough of that in 2019, and he rejoined his membership at the beginning of this season. So good to see McCune hitting as many tour stops as he can. It's tough with family and kids, and you want to make sure everything's taken care of at home. And you know, one of those things nowadays everyone's got to worry about is health insurance, and that was one of his main concerns why he dropped off the tour and dropped his card and got a full-time job with health insurance benefits for his family. And now McCune hitting a couple extra stops here in the Midwest this season. Plus he hit the Suncoast PBA Senior U.S. Open last month and had a great finish there in 9th place. Campbell's 3rd place finish last week at the River City Extreme Open, his best career PBA 50 Tour finish. I had a chance to talk to Campbell before practice yesterday. Feels pretty confident coming into the week. Campbell will struggle his opening game at 171. And just pacing out at a 2-0 pace here in game 2. But, of course, 16 games of qualifying in total. And Campbell really didn't catch fire last week until the 2nd qualifying round. Made some right moves on the lane, changed his approach to playing the shot a little bit as he moved farther left and kind of slow-wheeled it. And that might be what you might be having to be patient for right now. Lee Brocious and 7-10. We're starting to see a rash of those popping out here in game 2. Jenna, what's Brocious lower rev player? What's a move for Brocious here when he's leaving a 7-10? Is it a ball change, line change? What would you do in this particular situation?
I was in this particular situation. Well, since I'm a lady, I have a lower rev rate by nature, and also just kind of how I roll the ball. I honestly would try a ball change right away, but that's just how I've always been.
Sure.
I'll get uncomfortable at the shot, or uncomfortable with the line, and the first thing I'll do is grab a new ball, just to put something new in my hand, because it's almost like a mental block also clears out too. I'm just also a natural head case, so.
There's no head cases in bowling.
Oh
ever.
no, not at all, never.
Yeah, I mean, and Brocious is Brocious is pretty much the old school stroker style. No, not high in the rev rate, and or somebody like Charlie Tapp, probably brings up an extra. He's up in the 400 range on rev rate for Tapp, and maybe 350, but Brocious definitely in the 200, 250 range, and they need to make the adjustments to what's happening at the pocket quite a bit differently.
Yeah, definitely.
Whereas even though my rev rate's right around the 350, 370 range, I'd be pretty much in the same boat that you are right now, where if I start to see it and it kind of flies. Charlie Tapp getting ready to step up in the 10th frame after Brad Snell. Tapp, rough start. He's looking at the Century Club coming up. He started at 189 in game 1, can come off the sheet here for 290. So we'll keep it here with Tapper, as he's affectionately known. Of course, Charlie hits a few of the Midwest events every season. Another great bowling name, Tapp. Tapp 3 career wins on the Go Bowling PBA Tour. Last of those coming in 1989 at the Toyota Classic in St. Louis. Tapp took down 2 titles in 1989, the Greater Hartford Open along with that Toyota Classic, and 2 PBA 50 career titles for Charlie. Back in 2005, took down the PBA Senior Jackson Open. Of course, we're returning to that center, no longer Airport Lanes, but now Jack's 60 in Jackson, Michigan for the PBA 50 final event of the season, coming up in a couple of weeks. And in 2006, Tapp took down the PBA Senior Decatur Open. And Tapp, I think he anticipated a move there. Watching that ball reaction, he was happy with it through the front part of the lane, and then on this 39-foot Don Carter pattern. Didn't pick up well on the back. But still a solid game. Bouncing back off that sub 200 start for Tap. Possible 269. Campbell still a possible 235 with his sub 200 start as well. So another player, solid game going here in game two, Brian Goebel. Goebel stepping up here in the ninth frame, still looking for a possible 279. Single pin in frame 4. The only blemish on Goebel's scorecard. Goebel started game one 208. And he's on the pair we're going to use for our stepladder finals on Thursday evening here. And you see there, Goebel not happy from point A to point B as the big four left after the errant shot. So gets 2 on the count, takes the count, plays it safe. And Borsch comes high as he was trying to salvage the game back into the 230s. And it's going to drop it by 22. It's going to leave his max at 215. He'll have to get that pin respotted. And we'll take a look at Chris Keene trying to get into the 220s. 9-pin says, "Not this time, Mr. Keene. You might be a nice guy. I don't have to be." So we've got our players finishing our second game of competition. You know what that means, everybody. Got to go in numerical order. Game 3 coming up next to this 8-game qualifying block here at the PBA50 South Shore Open. PBA Hall of Famer Steve Hoskins on this pair with Doug Henry, Brian Miller, and Chris Gibbons. Gibbons made a nice run here last year. Led qualifying after the opening day. Still stayed in the top part of the field as they got to the Matrix of Fairness and made a nice run. Fell short of the step ladder, so we know that Gibbons looking for a shot at redemption. Here in Hammond this year. Gibbons took it left of my lunch money as youth bowlers back in the day in Wisconsin. That I'm very familiar with Chris's game, and a heck of a story for Chris too. I mean, he came back from some personal demons, personal issues that could have really ended any chance of not just his PBA career or bowling career, but quality of life in general. And Gibbons cleaned himself up and now just tearing up the lanes whenever he gets a chance here on the PBA50 Tour. Last year finished 10th just a few days ago in Freeport, Illinois at a PBA50 regional right before we headed to Monticello. Gibbons finished in 3rd in that event. Hoskins inducted into the PBA Hall of Fame back in 2017. The Hall of Fame induction ceremony was held in Shawnee, Oklahoma. At the Grand Hotel Casino Resort. Of course, a great host there at the Fire Lake Bowling Center as well. Hoskins eligible for Rookie of the Year this year. Man leading those standings right now. We haven't seen him for a couple of tournaments, and we probably won't until next season on the PBA 50 Tour is Danny Wiseman. Wiseman, that second place finish he had in Mooresville, North Carolina, when he lost the championship match to Walter A. Williams Jr. Along with Wiseman's good finish at the prior PBA 50 events, has him in the lead currently in the standings. Hoskins, though, not a bad start to his 2019 rookie campaign. Hoskins' best finish this season was last week in the River City Extreme Open, where he finished in 6th place, just missing the stepladder finals. So with Wiseman not making any of the rest of the PBA 50 events due to recovery from nagging injuries, had some injections of some rich platelets into his shoulder to help with some healing issues he was having with that joint. And that's going to keep Wiseman on the sidelines. We'll see Danny Wiseman, though. As always, he bowls that Gene Carter Pro Shop Classic on the Go Bowling PBA Summer Tour. This year, of course, the USBC Cup, part of that Summer Tour. And we'll see Wiseman in Middletown, Delaware in August. Hey, good to see Tony Johnson back out here on the PBA50 Tour. He's had a nice run in a couple of events this season for the part-time player when he's not at home running the auto shop or the pro shop in Ohio and overcoming some near family tragedies this last month with his daughter hospitalized, now making a recovery. So good to hear for Tony Johnson and his family.
Then following after, we have Paul Fleming with plus 94, Gary Kemmis with plus 80, Mike Diaz with plus 77, Steve Kenyon with plus 71, Rolando Sebelin with plus 70, Todd Chell with plus 67. We have Eugene McCune with plus 64, and Bob Learn Jr. with plus 60. Those are our top 10 for the first 2 games of qualifying today.
And once again, full results available. Check out any of the 91 players in the field and where they're standing in the standings at either PBA.com in the live scoring link or FloBowling.com in the results tab. Yeah, that Chell guy gets everybody the first time they say it. So
I think I'm just not good with names in general.
We'll find a way to get you good with them here in the Flow Zone booth. Absolutely. So she's Jenna Darashevsky. That name sounds familiar to you as a bowling enthusiast. You're probably correct in your hunch that she's related to USBC Hall of Famer Gary Darashevsky and well-known ladies player Gina Darashevsky.
Those are my parents, yes.
And since you were a wee one, you've been around the sport of bowling as a participant, as working in bowling centers, of course, that both your parents have owned since you were growing up. Lots of experience in the sport for you.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Marcella, hands up in frustration, goes to the well for the double. There in the fifth frame. After 2 games, some other notables in the field include Charlie Tapp. We saw him with a solid game last game. Tapp put up 268 on the board in his second game to get himself back to plus 57, 12th overall in the event. Brian LeClaire, our winner last week in Monticello, at plus 46 after 2. Good to see Dave Bernhardt back out here. Bernhardt, of course, the man who started Turbo Grips. Bernhardt plus 44 in 19th place after 2. Lenny Borsha on this pair, plus 37. Marsala makes the mental error after getting the crossover in frame 5. Misses the 7-pin in the 6th frame. And I may have to go get that large piece of lumber out for Marsala as he's sitting at plus 7 in 42nd place after 2 games. Keys a bit of the way down the leaderboard. Lenny Borsch Jr., though, on this pair, sitting in 24th at plus 37. There's Brendan Birch. We see him a lot in these Midwest events, and he is one of the funniest guys you will meet. Off the lanes, a little bit on the lanes. He can be a bit of a jokester, but definitely off the lanes. He's always got some good stories, a couple of good jokes, most of them not off color, so that always helps. So Gary Camus having a good day as part of the PBA60 contingent. Jenna mentioned him being in the top 10. He's actually in 4th place after his first 2 games. Cam is a member for 40 years. Just turned 69 years of age. Cama's games at 202 and 278 to start this round off the port side. 40 years. Have I done anything? I'm 51. I don't know if I've done anything in my life for 40 years, let alone a guy like Camus here being a professional bowler.
I can tell you that I haven't done anything for 40 years because I am definitely not there.
Yeah, your mom and dad have been bowlers for 40 years, but your dad was a pro tour player back in the 80s. Tried the tour a little bit, almost made a show. Of course, your mom, numerous USBC national titles as well. Actually, we saw Charlie Tapp on a little earlier today, and his wife Marlis was one of your mom's teammates for many years in the USBC Women's Championships. Well, back in that part of the day was the WIBC Championships, but still.
Yeah, and now my mom and I are talking about both of us going to nationals next year to
Whoa.
bowl. So
where is it next year? Is it in Vegas?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's always a great reason to go.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, South Point Bowling Plaza, great supporters of the PBA for a long time, and we'll be back in 2020 before the USBC kicks off the Women's Championships at the South Point Bowling Plaza. We'll have World Series of Bowling 11 for the PBA at the South Point Bowling Plaza. And have you ever been to South Point?
Yeah, it is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Nice. It's not only a nice hotel, but the facility for the tournaments and stuff. It's phenomenal. It's spacious. It looks really professional.
Yeah,
it's kind of intimidating to throw your first shot in there. Because my first shot on like a setting like that was when we went out there for one of the Vegas tournaments in college, and I was the leadoff, and I threw the ball before everyone else because I couldn't hold my excitement down. Yeah, it can be intimidating.
Did you keep it on the lane?
I did.
Okay, so that'd be the bad part. Be like the first ball out there and then right in the gutter.
I know it was there, light pocket shot. I don't remember what it was. I just remember being light and I missed the spare because I was just trying to calm down from being all jittery. My coach was like, just take a lap and come back. He was so used to me just being that kind of personality on the lanes.
Yeah, so a lot of big news in the bowling world revolving around Las Vegas. Of course, PBA World Series of Bowling 11, South Point Bowling Plaza. USBC Women's National Championships next year, South Point Bowling Plaza. And the USBC announced this week that Junior Gold that's going on right now in Detroit for the youth players is relocating from Indianapolis next year. It's going to Las Vegas. And they're actually going to tie in a finals of a PWBA event with the opening ceremonies of Junior Gold. So pretty interesting move by USBC there to relocate Junior Gold with just a year, just a year ahead of time. They usually announce those sites 2, maybe 3 years ahead of time in a lot of cases.
Yeah, they had all the Nationals dates through 2020 announced like years ago, and now they changed so last minute. That's unusual.
But lots of tie-ins, and it's neat getting a women's national tour stop for a lot of these young youth players to follow when they arrive for the opening ceremonies in Las Vegas. So it's going to be interesting to see the direction of Junior Gold and the direction of the PWBA. Once again, PWBA schedule, USBC released that yesterday. And once again, always, if you're a bowling fan, we know we don't pretend the PWBA doesn't exist. As Tommy Baker, hold on, we have to call 911 here in Hammond. Yeah, Hammond Police, I'd like to report a robbery on lane 9 at Olympia Lanes. Yeah, Tom Baker just got robbed. Yeah, that 10 should have fell for him.
That should have fell.
Can you investigate?
I'll work on it. I'll get my notebook.
Thanks, Officer Jenna.
No problem.
So, yeah, neat to see with the PBA getting in the final stretch of their season in 2019 with a few events remaining. Same thing for the PBA50 Tour here as we get into our home stretch. Who will win the Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year, and other awards on both tours. And, of course, a long way to go yet on the Go Bowling PBA Tour. PBA League action starts tonight on Fox Sports 1. 3 straight nights of live action on Fox Sports 1 for the PBA League, coming to you from Bayside Bowl in Portland, Maine. And then this weekend, right into the PBA Tour Finals. Top 8 players from the rolling points list the last couple of years on live CBS Sports Network coverage as well. So players get done with that, they'll get a couple weeks of rest and right into the USBC Cup Summer Tour season for the Go Bowling PBA Tour players. Lots of viewing here on FloBowling coming up as well for both the PBA50 and PBA Tour. So bowlers finishing up Game 3. Player movement, fresh faces coming into the flow zone in Game 4. Coming up next. I shouldn't call Jenna out for noticing right away. Omelette Monticelli on 17 18. That runs in the family, I think. So I know at your mom's bowling center there's a couple of Omelettos autographed jerseys up there. Omeletto joined with Burkett Blatchford, the omnipresent Don Blatchford, Rick Wolzen, and Todd Chell. Practice your names off camera, Jenna. Wolzen and Chell. Wolzen, Chell. Wolzen, Chell. Wolzen, Chell. That sounds like a horror film creature. A Wolzen Chell. If you put both those names together. Burkett was 3 under after his first 2 games. Look at the 3-game scoring update once all pairs are completed. Of course, 91 bowlers on a squad. Single squad event here this week in Hammond, Indiana. Takes a little while for the scores to get entered. Todd Chell was 67 over in 8th place after his first 2. Chell, solid 2019 PBA50 Tour season at this point. And it wasn't exactly his A game last week in Monticello, where the best play was to move left and slow wheel it. But Chell got through the battle, took home a check. He was the alternate for match play in that event. And when you can have to play your C game or your D game and walk out of a PBA 50 event with a check, you know your whole game's pretty darn solid. In the lead. After those first 3 wins of events in the 2019 season. Haugen Jr. bowling with Foley, Meskin, Zakrychek, and best head of hair on the PBA 50 Tour, Mark Sullivan.
And then that was a very close conversion right there. That pin should have tipped over and hit that. It should have. Maybe it's because I'm a younger bowler and I just get really excited by split conversion, but yeah, it should have tipped.
Hey, Sammy. Sammy.
The unique stylings of one Brian Kretzer. Kretzer last week in the River City Extreme event ran a little short towards the end in match play. He finished at 4 and 8, dropped him down to a 16th place finish. And Jenna, we've got a new top 10 at PBA.com. Let's give them the rundown.
All right, so in first place, we now have Ryan Schaefer with plus 191. Ball right behind him, we have Paul Fleming with plus 173. And then following behind him will be Dean Billings with plus 161. Bob Learn Jr. with plus 128. Mike Diaz with plus 115. Eugene McCune with plus 102. Steve Kenyon with plus 94. Rolando Sublin with plus 84. And then we have
Gary Allstott, yep.
Okay. Told you, names are not my strong suit. Gary Allstott with
Steve Hoskins, Hall of Famer, plus 21. John Burkett, former major leaguer, plus 22. Brian Kretzer, plus 32. Just 3 pins outside the number currently. And Dave Bernhardt Sitting inside the number right now, Bernhardt, nice showing to start, plus 43 for his first 3 games. And of course, as soon as you say something nice about the guy, 10-pin says, I'm going to make you think less about him.
That's usually how it works.
That was a heck of a rap 10. And
Oh, yeah.
had some people asking where some of the familiar faces like Walter Ray Williams Jr., Pete Weber, Norm Duke might be. They're in Portland, Maine this week with PBA League. That coverage starts tonight on Fox Sports 1. And Parker Bone III, he's with his sons and daughter at Junior Gold in Detroit, playing Doting Parrot instead of professional bowler. Not a bad place to be. Of course, with the strong games of all the Bone children, all in contention in their respective divisions at Junior Gold. We've seen Brandon, Justin, and Sydney all make runs on towards the TV show there. And there's a nice article at FloBowling.com if you want to check it out from last year about the Bone family at Junior Gold. As Brandon, back in 2017, took down the under-12 division boys title in the championship match. And, of course, lots of battling back and forth for best Bone youth bowler in that family with Brandon, Justin, and Sydney all taking part in Junior Gold this year. Well, second game, we're seeing Chris Gibbons in the flow zone, and Gibbons giving us a show right now on the front six. There's a man who's making a nice run on the leaderboard so far today, looking to improve that. As Bernhard decides that the grip a little off, a little piece of tape going to get moved around in there. He'll get that adjusted shortly. You get it outside a sixth board and you're just asking for trouble on trying to get it to recover. Not as bad as we saw in some cases last week in Minnesota. But still easy to miss the head pin if you fire it right early on this pattern. Bowlers had some regional action between the event in Monticello and this event here in Hammond. The Zykes family hosted the PBA50 Beverly Lanes Midwest Central Open, presented by Motive, on Sunday. Stony Baker finishing fourth in that event. As Baker was taken out in that opening stepladder game by Brian Goebel, 213 to 160. So quite a few players taking advantage of that regional action in Arlington Heights on Sunday. Some players just like to keep the feel of the ball, tournament to tournament. And sometimes they want tournament conditions whenever possible. I'm more of a guy back in the day where if it was between, a couple of big tournaments, I'd, obviously most of the tournaments on weekends for us amateur players. I'd have my league sessions during the week, and I thought, that'd be enough for me. I wasn't out looking for extra competition during that point in time. When you were in college, you had a lot of time off during the week between competitions. Jenna, other than practice sessions, would you go out and hunt for maybe a sweeper somewhere, something like that, to kind of keep the competitive edge, or was practice more important to you than getting tournament conditions?
Well, I'm a perfectionist.
Okay.
So practice always took priority, I should say. I'm somebody who will sit an hour after my league nights and work on stuff if there was something at league that bothered me enough. I practice 3 nights a week after league.
Okay.
Because all my nights I bowl are 3 nights a week with leagues.
Sure.
So it's like an extra hour practice after every league. And so it's like if I pick up a tournament, it's usually because like during the week someone was like, here's this thing, you should do it.
Okay.
Otherwise, just like outside of the usual like city, state, which I'm just told when to bowl by my mom. But otherwise, with college, it was as long as we practice on Wednesday nights mainly, as well as then the girls would have a separate couple practice sessions. The guys would have their own separate couple practice sessions, and I was probably the first one who ever heard of any extra competition for anyone, and wasn't often.
Yeah. So I mean, tournament conditions are great, but and I understand sometimes you can only replicate what you see in lane patterns and such at any type of high-level event by bowling high-level events. But sometimes it just you just want to work on the fundamentals. And if you do it at a regional or that kind of thing, it can be a pretty pricey practice session.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Brian Kretzer just missed the step ladder at that regional in Arlington Heights. That's a guy that bowls anything, anywhere, anytime, anyhow. Still bowls on occasion against the kids on the PBA Tour and regional competition. And he'll travel to other regions. He's already bowled South Region and East Regional events this year in 2019 to go along with the events he usually hits on the regional tour in the Central and Midwest regions. So players finishing up their fourth game. That means we're halfway, if my math's right.
Yeah, 4 out of 8 is half, and now we're going to 5. So yeah, we're a little over half.
There we go. Game 5 coming up after player movement here. And the PBA50 South Shore Open presented by Ebonite rolls on here on FloBowling. 2017 Player of the Year, Brian LeClaire, our winner last week in Monticello at the River City Extreme Open. On this pair. Good to see Danny Clark out. We see him in a lot of the PBA 50 Midwest events. Jimmy Starts, James Starts, to those of you that don't know him well. Also bowling with Scott Greiner and Tracy Teeters. Good to see Teeters back out at a national stop. As we're entering Game 5 here. You're on lanes 9 and 10 inside the Flow Zone. You're watching us on FloBowling. And we hope you're having a good day wherever you're watching us here worldwide. And we have our leader on lanes 11 and 12. Jenna, who do we have on our top 10?
It's like our top 10 leading qualifying right now for 4 games is going to be Ryan Schaefer with plus 225. He is on our current pair 11 and 12 on the stream right now. Following right behind him is Dean Billings with a plus 219, followed by Paul Fleming plus 198, Bob Learn Jr. plus 177, Harry Sullins plus 115, Brian LeClaire with plus 113, Gary Alstott, there we go, plus 109. We have Eugene McCune with plus 99, tied with Lenny Borges Jr. with plus 99 as well. And then our 10th place spot is Sammy Ventura with plus 95.
So once again, get your scores, live scoring link, PBA.com, FloBowling.com. On the results tab, and another good thing always we have, after every PBA Tour or PBA 50 Tour event is completed, at FloBowling.com as we redo those power rankings. Click on that rankings tab. Who is in our top 15 this week for the power rankings? Go ahead, and we won't spoil it for you. We'll let you click on it yourself at FloBowling.com. Some other nobles in the field after our first 4 games of qualifying today include Charlie Tapp, PBA Tour titleist, sitting in 12th at plus 89. There you see Brian Kretzer. Kretzer sitting at plus 78. Amleto Monticelli sitting at plus 75. Did you know, Jenna, what Amleto's name would be if it was English, the English translation of Amleto?
I would not know.
Hamlet.
Really?
Yes, for Italian. Hamlet would be, Amleto is Hamlet. Of course, with his Italian and Venezuelan background. So I found that out last week from Mr. Monticelli. I thought that was very interesting.
That is very interesting.
Bruce Hall sitting in 22nd, plus 67. Hall of Famer Steve Hoskins at plus 58 and 26th. Man on the bubble right now, the man that would be the number if competition ended at after last game would be Jeff Riggles, making his annual appearance here in Hammond at plus 48. Fair warning to all nearby casinos. Your dice table may be wrecked this evening by Mr. Rickles and crew. PBA and Mr. Gary Beck, who runs the Teen Masters, myself, and Mr. Mike Jakubowski was working for us at the time. Mr. Beck, a craps aficionado, and Mr. Jakubowski and I met him downtown at the California Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and I said, I've played craps twice in my life, Mike, and I am just ice cold. You're the last guy that wants me holding a pair of dice at the table. So I was playing a slot machine near the pit for a while, and Mr. Beck and Mr. Jakubowski were making their bets, and I think they were doing okay when all of a sudden I heard from Mike, "Hey, $2 Phil, get over here. You're grabbing some dice." All right, well, I guess I don't have that option anymore. So I started, it was a $5 minimum table, which was surprising on a weekend downtown. You can still find a $5 craps table, even in downtown Las Vegas. And after a couple of players ahead of me had the dice, and I grabbed them, and next thing I know, I go on like a 45-minute tear, and I came out a few $100 ahead.
Wow.
I came out like $300, but I was too scared to let bets ride and let things carry and stuff like that. I know Mr. Beck had a pretty nice haul that night at the table. I know Jakubowski had a pretty good haul, and there was an Asian American gentleman across the table from me that was laying out a lot of green and black chips. And after I got done, a few times during my roll, I'd hear the "yeah, baby" from the others. So apparently my nickname was Baby at that point in time.
All right.
From that other gentleman. And I got done with my roll, and the gentleman took a $25 chip, and he threw it down to my end of the table. And he goes, "Thank you." And he picked up his massive chips and headed for the casino cage. So apparently he did real well that night. So that's the last time I've been on a craps table. I'm afraid if I ever go back to a craps table again, I'm going to ruin that great story and never win again. So
It's cursed.
yeah, I'm retired from the game of craps. Video poker now, a whole nother story.
Oh yeah, that never stops.
Sullivan looking to move up a couple of spots in the standings to get inside that top 30. Currently tied for 32nd with Mike Hastings at plus 46. This is a surprising struggle on this pair. Another event for Michael Hagen Jr. where he's not off to a good start. Hagen Jr. 69 to the negative after his first 4 games, 81st position. Started with 218 and gradually gone downhill since. 189, 170, 154 for Haugen in games 2, 3, and 4. I think for a lot of people that are in need of some form of coverage of male baldness, they should make the Mark Sullivan toupee. Let's go for the full head of Mark Sullivan hair. That is some of the best hair on the PBA 50 Tour, by far. Of course, his bowling performance is pretty darn good as well. He had a great run this year at the PBA 50 National Championship. And he's not in too bad a shape right now here in the PBA 50 South Shore Open after his first 4 games of qualifying. So game 5's in the books, almost. We're getting there. Brian Leclerc's solid game Coming up here, the possible 269 finish. And Leclerc currently sitting in 6th, as he's looking to go back-to-back weeks with a title here on the PBA 50 Tour. Leclerc's low game today was coming out of the gates. We started at 191, and you see right there for Leclerc, that elbow got out real early at the bottom of the swing, and that axis rotation changed up, so it turned hard on the back end. Still a possible 246 for Leclerc. Started with the 191, then bounced back 255, 227, 240. Of course, all these. Oh, we have a man down. And that was a bowling ball. Heard it off the side of the approach here, and everybody's going to stop for a second. Joel Carlson, the man who won in New Jersey. Not sure if he had an insert break or if he had just a hit off the body or something, but his bowling ball literally stopped 5 feet past the foul line in the gutter. And that's going to be a ball, since the ball was released from his hand and went over the foul line. He was shooting at a spare. Actually, I think the way he's talking right now, a lot of these times, Jenna, on a fill ball, these bowlers will try a new ball on the lane, try to get a read on what a different piece of equipment might react. And I think the thumb hole may have been a little tight for Carlson on that one.
Oh, probably. I've done that during college matches where I'm shooting something on the corner, on the right corner, and my spare ball when I first got it drilled was so tight that I went with the ball over the line. Hand never left. The ball never left my hand. I was just like practically face planted at my dad's center in Neenah in front of a crowd of colleges, just laying there for a second and then getting up and trying to pull my thumb out. I believe it.
At least you weren't hurt.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't look like Carlson is hurt anything more than the ego. He's putting the ball away. They had to give him 0 for that attempt, obviously.
Right.
He probably would have had 0 anyway because he was going with a fill ball. You're not trying to hit the 10 pin. You're trying to get a range on what the ball would look like entering the imaginary 1-3 pocket you see down there. But scary moment there for Joel Carlson. And looks like all's well. And everything but the ego is okay at this moment. And,
yeah.
You know, it always goes to show, too, that even if you have interchangeable thumbs like a lot of these players do nowadays, when you put that thumb back into another bowling ball, double check that fit. Sometimes if the finger lifts are a little more worn than one bowling ball than the other, you put your fingers in. Sure, your thumb feels about the same for that moment, but all of a sudden, you know, at the bottom of the swing, all of a sudden the fingers in there a little bit longer, or it's a little bit tighter. Next thing you know, the release changes and the thumb locks up in there, and I believe that's what happened to Carlson. It looks like he's pulling some tape out. So, scary moment off camera, but it looks like all's okay. And, ladies and gentlemen, double check that thumb hole every time you go up. No doubt about that. Player movement, Game 6 coming up next. Order by player total, and we'll have that top 10 for you momentarily. Don't forget, after we wrap up coverage here in Hammond, Indiana, on the PBA50 Tour this week, take the show on the road. Short drive down Interstate 65. Cut over on 465 to Interstate 69 up to Anderson, Indiana. And the PBA50 Dave Smalls Championship Lanes Classic presented by Rotogrip. Coverage will start Sunday from Anderson, Indiana. And Championship Lanes, as John Marsala is going to try to defend his title in that event. And after we determine our new champion in Anderson, we'll pack up the FloBowling Yugo, stick everything in that reconditioned U-Haul trailer in the back, and take it on up to the Grand Rapids metropolitan area as the PBA50 Spectrum Lanes Open presented by Deviate start their coverage on Friday, July 26th from Spectrum Lanes in Wyoming, Michigan, just outside of Grand Rapids. And then we'll head for Bowling Center. It's hosted many PBA events over the years, but not under this ownership or name of the lanes, former Airport Lanes in Jackson, not part of the David Smalls Fun Time Entertainment Centers banner. And back-to-back events inside the Jack's 60 Bowling Center, kicking off with the last PBA 50 event of the year, the David Smalls Jack's 60 Classic presented by Track. Coverage of that event begins on Wednesday, July 30th. Wednesday, July 31st. There are 31 days in July. Why, going back to that poem, January, all the days that hath 31. And once we crown our champion of that Jack's 60 Classic on Friday, August 2nd, right into PBA 60 action. In that same center, the PBA 60 David Smalls Jack's 60 National Championship in memory of Mull Wolf kicks off on Saturday, August 3rd. And after we get the champion of that inaugural PBA 60 event, final event of the PBA 60 schedule for the season, right down to Fort Wayne, Indiana. Another Dave Smalls Center with Pro Bowl West. And the PBA 60 Dick Weber Championship presented by the DeHaze Insurance Group and 900 Global. Coverage of that final PBA 50/60 tour. Coverage begins Wednesday, August 7th. Check out your full PBA 50 schedule through the link at PBA.com. On the main menu, click on the schedule tab and click on the PBA 50 tour schedule link. Five-game scoring totals in at FloBowling.com and the results tab, and PB.com and the live scoring link. Jenna Dereshevsky, who do we have for our top 10?
Looks like Ryan Schaefer is still leading the pack after 5 games with a plus 230 score, followed again by Dean Billings with a plus 210. And then after that, on our live stream pair right now, we have Bob Learn Jr. in third place with a plus 175 total right now. Behind him is Harry Sullins with a plus 157, and then Brian McClare with plus 147. Paul Fleming with plus 144, tied with Brian Kretzler. Behind them is Sammy Ventura with a plus 126. Eugene McCune with plus 123, and then wrapping up the top 10 is Omletto with plus 119. That is our top 10 so far.
Yeah, good to see Sammy Ventura cracking in the top 10 here. Had a couple events off he took with some family vacation. Always good when family comes first, and Sammy having a good day to this point at that plus 126 total. And here's a man who has a busy offseason from the PBA 50 Tour, both him and Omletto, with the bowling program at Martin Methodist University in Tennessee. Bob Learn Jr., the head coach, Monticelli assistant coach of that program. That would really be a tough decision to go to college for. I could have this coach, or I could have a PBA Hall of Famer in Monticelli and a guy that could have been in the PBA Hall of Fame and could still get there if he gets enough PBA 50 Tour wins. And Bob Learn Jr., you talk about two gentlemen that are definitely knowledgeable about the sport and always working on improving that knowledge as well.
There are a lot of big names in college coaching right now for collegiate bowling. A lot of big names, a lot of different schools.
Well, you look at the O'Keefe's at McKendree. I mean, that was a strong program to start with, and then just adding that pair of names to the coaching ranks. Much more so on the NCAA side of things, where you see a lot of named coaches. I mean, you look at Bill Stroud for Nebraska for many, many years. Justin Kostick down at Arkansas State, but there's still a lot on the NAIA level. Not as many at the club level. You really don't get a lot of big coaching names at the club level, but definitely in the NCAA and NAIA programs, you see a lot of big names. Mostly you see at the club level, you see a lot of really solid coaches that have come up through, let's say, the high school ranks or the youth bowling ranks to help out at these collegiate programs. You were a collegiate bowler at UW Milwaukee, and a man who actually did some work at USBC for many years. Chad Source was your coach there.
Sure was.
At UW Whitewater on the men's side of things, Sean Wachner has done wonderful things with that club program on the men's side. That's one of those unusual settings as well, with the men's side of the program is club at Whitewater, but the women's side is NCAA Division III, so it's kind of the two different approaches to the sport in the same school. I know at my alma mater, Upper Iowa University, right now they have an NCAA Women's Division II program starting right now. Nicole DePaul Miller is the coach there. And they also have a men's program, but the men's program is the same thing. It's a club program, but she's handling the reins of both of those programs to start. I know she's working on getting a graduate assistant coach to help out with trying to work with two teams. And, Chad Source was the main coach for your team at UW Milwaukee. It's not easy to just have a single coach working with a men's and women's program.
Oh, no, it definitely wasn't. It was tough there for a couple of years. But then Chad would always get help at some point. So he would always have like a traveling coach for the guy's side, and he would be then like the women's coach for the weekend. But he ultimately was like our pseudo head coach for the program.
Sure.
Yeah. So we definitely all spent a lot of our own fair share of time with Chad personally, but we had some help. And now that program actually has a handful of more local strong bowlers that are helping out that program right now. So I check in from time to time. I try to.
Well, you see that a lot with the collegiate bowling programs. I mean, you look at the great history of, Wichita State for 40-plus years. Gordon Vatican recently retired from there. Mm-hmm. But yet they had their most recent Shocker Bowling Camp. They had so many of their alumni come back to help out with the youth players that were attending that camp. I know Matt McNeil, he's here this week working as a ball rep for Storm Bowling again this week. He went back to that Shocker camp to help out, and you see many other big names there as well. So a lot of these players, more so on the Go Bowling PBA Tour, obviously, because these guys in the 50 Tour wasn't much in the way of collegiate bowling.
Yeah.
Back in the 70s and 80s when these guys would have been college age. There was some. There's always I always get a laugh every once in a while. I bring up video of on YouTube of the 1979 or 1978 collegiate bowling championships that were held in Milwaukee, and they were sponsored by Pabst Extra Light. So,
wow,
quite a different outlook on college bowling nowadays as compared to the inaugural days back in the 60s and 70s.
Right.
I don't think we'd see any beer sponsorships at a major college event anytime soon.
No, probably not. So it's a short day here
in Hammond for these PBA 50 players. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of them back at their hotel rooms or at the nearby restaurants here in Hammond checking out the Go Bowling PBA League action tonight on FS1. And if you missed the article on the homepage of FloBowling.com this morning, there has been a change in the lineup for the Philadelphia Hitmen, as Sean Maldonado was forced to withdraw due to injury he suffered apparently at the opening weekend at Junior Gold. He was one of the bowling celebrities there, and they were having an outing for the Ebonite brands for a lot of the youth players to come out and interact with the professional bowlers. And Maldonado tweaked a hamstring playing a little catch football with some of the other players, and unfortunately was unable to get out onto the lanes and perform, so forced the Hitmen to take a blind score for the 2 frames per game in the qualifying seeding tournament yesterday. And Jake Peters is being brought in by the Hitmen as the 5th player. So it's going to be interesting, as Peters had to rush in from Las Vegas and get to Portland, Maine by sometime today with his equipment in order to take place in the seeding show tonight. The good news for Peters is that he doesn't take to the lanes until 10 p.m. Eastern time tonight in his match between the Philadelphia Hitmen and Dallas Strikers. So in case there are any travel delays heading across country for Peters, hopefully he can get around those and be part of the league. Now, one of the requirements was to be part of the PBA League if you weren't a remaining member held onto before the draft. Each team was allowed to retain 3 players. You had to be in the top 40 in points after the USBC Masters to be PBA League eligible. And Peters was number 30 but was not drafted by anybody. So that left Peters eligible to be brought in as a substitute in case of injury or withdrawal by a player, and now able to take advantage of that is the Philadelphia Hitmen. So get that full rundown on what's going on for PBA League tonight on the homepage at FloBowling.com after this round is complete. Here we see Ricky Schisler stepping up. Schisler, he was the number last week in Monticello, had a pretty good match play round to move up quite a few spots to take out a bigger paycheck. And then at the regional in Arlington Heights on Sunday between events in Monticello and here in Hammond, Schisler took down that regional title. So a good run for Ricky Schisler in the last couple of events. Schisler, though, this event needs to find a run in a hurry as he's sitting at plus 13 after his first 5 games of qualifying. Just saw Ron Moore miss the pocket, and he's been doing that more than he'd like to today, as Moore is sitting in 66th place in this event after 5 games, minus 40. Moore's total to this point. I just had a chance to take a walk down the 40-lane concourse here at Olympia Lanes. Every pair of a 39-40 in play for these PBA 50 professionals this week. And saw Gary Kamez down on lanes 25 and 26. He had started game 6 with the front 5 before going through the nose. Broke up the split, though, left himself a 6-10, and Kamez having a good day as he's at plus 96 in 15th position through his first 5 games of qualifying. Leroy Johnson, who usually has a pretty strong showing in this South Shore Open event. Johnson, local player from the Chicagoland area. Hard to believe that man's in his 60s. As good as he throws the ball for Johnson. But we have 3 Johnsons in the field this week. Right now, Johnson of the Tony variety, your leader of the Johnsons, at plus 56 in 32nd position after 5 games. Leroy Johnson sitting at 7 under through 5, so he's in 54th. And Johnson of the Jeff variety rounds out the Johnsons in the standings. Minus 44 for Johnson of the Jeff variety. He's in 70th position. So, scoring pace starting to slow down for players as we get into game 6. Get the occasional player like Harry Sullins off camera that get in the 250s, but definitely a lot of these players, as they're forced to migrate left, as this 39-foot Don Carter pattern starts to break down, having some trouble getting the ball to peel into the pocket properly. To get all 10 pins down on that first ball. Lots of single pin spares remaining, interrupting strings. Which is better than we saw last week up in Monticello. Monticello last week, it was 4-bagger and 4 pins left in a split formation on the deck at the end of that string. Just 2 games remaining here in qualifying as we reach the completion of game 6. And the PBA50 South Shore Open, presented by Ebonite, rolls on. You're watching it here in the Flow Zone. You're watching this event from start to finish exclusively on FloBowling. So don't forget to get your scores. Check out any of the 91 players in the field. Check out your favorites. Even check out somebody you might not even know. FloBowling.com, PBA.com. Bruce Hall, late decision for Bruce Hall to come into this event. I don't think it had anything to do with Norm Duke, Pete Weber, and Walter Williams Jr. not being here. Obviously, all three of those players on the opposite side of the lane from Hall. Maybe Parker Bone III not being here had something to do with it. Doubt that as well. But he said last minute chance to get here and bowl, and he jumped on the opportunity. So Bruce does a lot of work out east in the bowling community, along with some live streaming he does on his own through the Northeastern Bowlers, pardon me, the New England Bowlers Association. That's Northeast, New England, same thing. Same initials, NE. So good to see Bruce here this week. And he jumped in admirably into the color commentator chair a couple events back when we were in Brentwood, California, and helped us out there. So nice of Bruce to do so. And here's our reigning Rookie of the Year, Rolando Sebelain. And I know after this event, he and Amleta Monticelli both will be heading to Peru as the Pan Am Games scheduled to get underway shortly. And Sebelain will be coaching the Dominican Republic team. Monticelli coaching the team from Venezuela in the Pan Am Games. So not just great bowlers, but great coaches who have a chance to represent their country during the Pan Am Games as well coming up. Mike Diaz, our champion from Brentwood earlier this year. Took down Parker Bone III in that championship match. Can't say it was an upset, but there were a lot of people that saw the look that Parker had on the lanes coming into that championship match as compared to the look that Diaz was going to have coming in as a top seed. And if there was a lot of legalized gambling going on in Las Vegas on that championship match, most of the money would have been on Parker Bone III. But Mike Diaz stayed patient early in the match, trusted a move late in the match, threw a flurry of late strikes. Take home that title. And as these players finish, just a single game remaining here in Hammond, Indiana for day one qualifying. As our 8th and final game of qualifying coming up after player movement and the PBA50 South Shore Open. Once again, I want to thank Olympia Lanes manager Mike Cozy for all the great hospitality for ourselves and players and fans here this week in Hammond. Well, we just saw Joel Carlson walk off the lanes. No ill effects of that bowling ball that stuck to his thumb a little earlier today. All-stat Drew Robertson, and you see that man walking off of lane 18. He is the Iron Man. He is the legend. He is Harold freaking Sullins. Still holds the PBA Ironman record for most consecutive tournaments bowled. And he says he's a legend. If you're a legend in your own mind, you can't take it away from yourself. Have that 7-game scoring update coming for you shortly. And we'll do some predictions on the first round of the PBA League going on tonight at Bayside Bowl. You can watch those shows beginning on Fox Sports 1 at 7 p.m. Eastern Time.
in 7th place. Amaletto still in the top 10 within our 8th place spot with plus 182. Jeff Rickles is right behind him at 9th with plus 157. And our 10th place.
The matrix of fairness. Doesn't matter if you're 1st or 8th, you're going to be in the same position getting into Thursday's matrix. You're going to get the first 2 rounds off. You don't have to bowl cashers round or match play round 1. You get to show up at match play round 2 at 3:15 p.m. local time, 4:15 Eastern time on Thursday, and just have to bowl 6 games for your chance to make the championship round. If you're in 9th through 16th this week, you only get a 1-round bye. You get the cashers round off, but you start at noon on Thursday in match play round 1. And if you're in 17th to 30th or the extra 8, those PBA60 players closest to 30th but on the outside of the number, you get to come back bright and early on Thursday, 8:30 a.m. local time, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. To bowl the 5-game cashers round. Oh.
Join us right away, bright and early.
I'm not going to be bright, and I may be early, but I'm not going to be both on Thursday.
I'll try to hold us up.
Sounds like a plan. You got the youth to your experience, or to my experience. So we'll use the youth in that case for cashers round.
And as much espresso as it takes.
Smart idea there. Fully caffeinated mornings with Jenna Dereshevsky. That's your radio show when you go back home. Fully caffeinated mornings.
I'm going to pitch it.
There you go. What would be the main topic of conversation on the Fully Caffeinated Morning Show?
Ooh, either ridiculous, non-believable headlines or sports.
I like the ridiculous, non-believable headlines because I think I've written a few of them here in the Flow Zone booth over the years. Had a couple. I had one at the Senior U.S. Open that will never be repeated. So if you didn't catch it the first time, it's just not worth it anymore.
I'm going to start Googling now.
I looked for it to see if anybody cut. I don't know how many people actually picked up on it. I'll let you know off air.
Sweet.
Because I'm not going back for it on air. I think it was it would have been a lead. It would have been the lead. It would have been the headline. Would not have been the headline. Definitely would have been in the lead though of the story. No doubt about it. So once again, this is the only qualifying squad today. The end of year live coverage on FloBowling ends with the conclusion here of Game 8. But don't be afraid, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of archive content for you to catch on FloBowling. Catch all the latest headlines, all the news stories on the homepage of FloBowling.com. And we'll be back tomorrow morning with with qualifying round 2. That'll start at 11 a.m. Eastern time here from Olympia Lanes in Hammond. So tonight, once we're wrapped up here on FloBowling, your bowling attention, I'm sure, will be going to the Lanes at Bayside Bowl in Portland, Maine, and the PBA League beginning its live coverage on Fox Sports 1 tonight. Let's take a preview. Let's make some guesses here on the league matchups going into tonight, the quarterfinal round. They had the seeding tournament yesterday, and the team that came out on top was the Motown Muscle, and so they're going to pick up the number 8 seed in that opening match, New York City Kingpins. Now, all these matches on TV, 2-game Baker matches. If they tie at 1 game apiece, the team manager picks a player to throw the 1-ball roll-off to break the tie. So on the Motown Muscle, we've got E.J. Tackett, Anthony Simonson, Josh Blanchard, A.J. Chapman, and Michael Holloman. A couple of new names, rookie and a second-year player with Chapman, actually third-year player with Chapman on that Motown Muscle. And getting over the Kingpins, there's a bit of experience on that team. Let's kick it off with Pete Weber. You got Marshall Kent, B.J. Moore, who had an outstanding World Series of bowling this year, Kyle Sherman, who had a great World Series of bowling this year, and Darren Tang, who's made a couple of TV shows over the last couple of seasons. Jenna, your pick for that opening match between the Muscle and the Kingpins.
I'm going Kingpins.
You're going upset, and I don't blame you for that whatsoever, because last year the LAX took the seeding tournament, and they were promptly trounced in 2 games in their opening match.
Yeah, match play is so unbelievably unpredictable that anything could happen. The bottom seed upsets the top seed. Plus, I think Pete Weber will do something phenomenal. He usually does.
All right, so I'm going to go against you on that one. I think E.J. Tackett's going to have the hot hand. X factor, I think, sometimes in Portland, it can be the lefty. And with the lefty on there with Michael Holloman, that might be just enough to get him over the top. So for that opening match, I'm going to take the Muscle. Second match, our defending champions, the Silver Lake Atom Splitters, take on the LAX. You look at that lineup on the LAX, you got Belmonte, Williams, and Buttroff all returning from last year. You've got Anthony Lavery-Spire, who's a first-year player in the PBA League. But then you got Dick Allen. The guy's been 2-time MVP of the Elias Cup. He was on the Atom Splitters last year. You know that guy's going to be looking for a little bit of revenge after getting dropped off the roster.
Yeah.
And then for the Atom Splitters, Chris Barnes, Tom Doherty, Jesper Svensson were the retained bowlers. A.J. Johnson, who was on the championship team back in 2018, back on the team. And then DJ Archer. DJ Archer likes to get inside and wheel it. Who's your pick on that one?
I'm going Atom Splitters on that one.
And I hate to say it, but Belmo's record in this team competition hasn't been the greatest, and I'm going with you on that one. I'm going for the minor upset, 5 versus 4 seed, but I'm going for the Atom Splitters on that. I mean, Mark Baker always seems to find a way with his players, and the experience of Chris Barnes to find a way to get that team to gel together and throw a bunch of strikes. I mean, last year they didn't drop a game. They won 8 games on TV to take that Elias Cup title. I don't see that changing even with Allen off the team and DJ Archer on.
Yeah.
So match 3, a team that's always struggled in Elias Cup competition, Brooklyn Styles taking on the home team with the Portland Lumberjacks. You know it's going to be loud and proud at that 9 p.m. Eastern matchup between the Styles and the Lumberjacks. Big changes on the Styles lineup with manager John Petraglia. He only retained 2 players on his team from previous years, Walter A. Williams Jr. and Sean Rash. And some solid adds with Rhino Page. They got themselves a lefty on the team. And then Andres Gomez, who always bowls well at Bayside Bowl, and Brad Angelo. Brent brings tons of experience to the team. But you look at the Lumberjacks, they're going to have the crowd fully behind them. They made that great run a couple of years ago in Portland. Manager Tim Mack brings back Ryan Simonelli, Wes Malott, and Kyle Troop. Everybody loves Kyle Troop in Portland, no doubt about it. Chris Prather just won the PBA League playoffs in Portland, coming back on that. And Mitch Hupie having a solid campaign in 2019. I'm going hometown in this one. I'm going Lumberjacks.
I'm going to agree with you on that one. There's so much that comes with crowd energy as well as just chemistry and just building a good team.
Yeah.
I think that crowd's going to support them 100%. They're going to carry that, no problem.
And this is the matchup I'm really looking forward to. This number 6 Philadelphia Hitmen and the number 3 Dallas Strikers bringing up the telecast tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, the start time of that last quarterfinal match. Dallas Strikers always a threat with player manager Norm Duke on there. You've got great experience with Tommy Jones and Bill O'Neill. Brad Miller having a solid year on tour as well. And then the reigning player of the year, Andrew Anderson. You know he's got a chip in his shoulder after not getting picked for league in 2018 with a great start he had last year. Norm Duke is going to, no doubt, harness that energy.
I kind of want it for them. I kind of really want this for them.
So there you must be a Jason Couch fan. I'm digging the Robertson pants. The old plaid, blue and white.
I don't know, but they kind of look like sweats. But I know they're not.
Well color coordinated with the solid blue polo shirt. Of course, as you see with the jerseys, if they're embroidered with the bowler's name, no need to be any specific type of side. Yeah, I like you can go right to the pro replica jersey. So if you see a jersey from one of your favorite players like A.J. Johnson or Jason Belmonte, Bill O'Neill, you can wear the same style they have. Chris Barnes, Jason Belmonte, all kinds of jerseys they have there. E.J. Tackett, Don Barrett. There's 8 different styles of Jason Belmonte. Actually, 10 different styles of Jason Belmonte jerseys you can choose from there.
Doesn't surprise me.
Ah, and they still have the John Van Hees jersey out there from 2017. So, nice showing by John this year. Back to part-time status, taking care of things back home in Rhode Island. A little bit more than going on the tour, and Van Hees had great showings at both Tournament of Champions and the USBC Masters for the 2 events he bowled. And John, know you probably have us on the pro shop back home in Rhode Island. Hope all is going well, and I'm sure we'll see you. Maybe we'll see you in Delaware during the USBC Cup competition coming up for the PBA Tour in August. So we're going to let our players wrap up this final game of qualifying today. Get those TVs ready to tune in. The PBA League tonight on Fox Sports 1, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, your start time for that. And you'll still be able to tuck yourself in bed in time and get a good 8 hours of sleep before coming back and joining us here in the Flow Zone tomorrow, as we're going to be kicking off qualifying round 2 coverage here in Hammond, Indiana at Olympia Lanes at 11 a.m. Eastern Time for the PBA50 South Shore Open presented by Ebonite. Jenna Dereshevsky, thanks for steering the ship today, and thanks for a great day one in the Flow Zone booth.
Yeah, no problem, Phil.
Looking forward to doing it again tomorrow morning, so we'll let you enjoy the rest of this Flow Zone coverage with the ambient sounds and great sights of Olympia Lanes. And for Jenna Dereshevsky, I'm Phil Bryla. Remember, everybody, take the kids bowling because you're going to have fun for life. $2 Phil told you so. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Time.